Hey, zero. Hey, zero. Hey, zero. Hey, zero.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the inaugural ceremony of the FTP. I request the participants to kindly approach the MC desk if their names are not added in the WhatsApp group. If any external participants have not added their names, kindly approach us here. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Before we start the session, I request the coordinators to kindly escort our dignitaries to the dais. The beautiful thing about learning is that nobody can take it. Good morning, esteemed dignitaries, research scholars, in-house faculty members, and faculties from various institutes across Mangalore. It's a pleasure to welcome each one of you to the inaugural ceremony of the Faculty Development Program on Machine Learning Approaches for Secured Multimodal Biometric Systems under the aegis of All India Council of Technical Education, AICTE Training and Learning Academy, organized by PA College of Engineering, Mangalore. Ladies and gentlemen, your presence add immense value to this collaborative journey of learning and growth. Before we dwell into the details, let's begin this session by invoking the blessings of the Almighty. I now call upon Professor Saifuddin from the Department of Computer Science for the prayer.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. I seek refuge with Allah from the rejected shaitan. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. All praises be to Allah, the Lord of the whole universe. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. The most gracious, the most merciful. Maliki Yawmiddin, Master of the Day of Judgment. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'een. You alone we worship and you alone we ask for help. Ihdina as-sirat wal mustaqim. Lead us to the right path. Sirat walladhina an'amta alayhim. The path of those upon whom we have bestowed your grace. غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين, and not in the path of those who went astray, and not in the path of those who have gone your anger. Ameen. Oh Allah, please accept this dua. Sadaqallah.
Thank you, Saifuddin, sir. A smile is the universal welcome. I now request Dr. Palak Shappa, HOD, Department of Civil Engineering, to welcome the August gathering.
Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, dear participants, HODs, staff members, we are all gathered here for inauguration of faculty development program on machine learning approaches for secured multimodal biometric systems for a duration of 6 days. On this occasion, on this inaugural ceremony, it's my great pleasure to welcome the distinguished guests and dignitaries to this program. First and foremost, it's my privilege and honor to welcome Professor P. Nagabhushan, Vice Chancellor, Vignan University, Andhra Pradesh, and former Director, IIT, Allahabad, Prayagraj, who accepted our invitation even at the age of, what I can say, difficult to travel. So he's such a person, our own person from Mysore. So with great, pleasure, he's here with us, traveling all the way from Guntur to Hyderabad. Then he came to Bangalore, and we were just interacting in the morning. Then from Bangalore to here, with great respect and with great honor, it is my privilege to welcome the today's distinguished guest, Professor P. Nagabhushan, sir. Sir, on behalf of the management, on behalf of the institution, and on behalf of all the members gathered here, I once again welcome you to this inaugural ceremony.
I request Dr. Ramiz M.K., Principal, PA College of Engineering, to welcome our distinguished guest, Professor P. Nagabhushan, with a bouquet.
We all know behind the success of man, there is a woman. When we were interacting with Narayan sir, Nagbhushan sir, so what madam is doing? Sir replied so nicely, she is half of my success. So it's very, very important. The life partner is very, very important. Madam Lakshmi Nagabhushan is here. I welcome Lakshmi Nagabhushan madam to this function on behalf of all the participants present here.
I request Dr. Sharmila Kumari, Vice Principal, to florally welcome Mrs. Lakshmi Nagabhushan.
It's my privilege to welcome our own principal, Dr. Ramiz MK, who is always dynamic. Mechanical means dynamic. So, and the source of inspiration for all the activities and a motivational drive for all the activities of the institution. On behalf of all the participants and the faculty members and HODs present here, I wholeheartedly welcome our beloved principal, Dr. Ramiz MK, to this function. Again, it's my privilege to welcome the vice principal of this institution and HOD of computer science, Dr. Sharmila Kumari, always the smiling lady at any moment, whether it is a hard time, a simple time, whatever the situation, doing all the activities and executing all the works with great smile and dedication. And she is the coordinator for the program with association of all the faculty members, taking them into account, consideration, organized this program in a wonderful way. I hope you will enjoy all the sessions of this. The credit all goes to the computer science department and the coordinator. I respectfully welcome our own Dr. Sharmila Kumari, coordinator of this program, on behalf of all. So teamwork is very, very important. So we have Dr. Syed Abdul Hayan, who is played a very vital role in organizing this work faculty development program. On behalf of all the members gathered here, I once again wholeheartedly welcome Dr. Abdul Hayan sir to this program, and he will be active all these six days along with you, so you can interact with him for any of your queries and requirements. It's my privilege to welcome all the HODs and the faculty members of the PA College of Engineering, and very importantly, the success of the program depends upon the participants. We have wonderful participants from in and around Mangalore and across India. I heard that there are students from Kerala, participants from Kerala and many other places. So international participants also. It's very glad to note here that there are many international participants, and I wholeheartedly welcome all of you to this 6 days workshop, and I wish you all the very best during these 6 days, and hope you will enjoy the environment. Our college, most of the time we say that it is an institute. It is not the institute in where garden. It is the it is our college is like what it is the institute in the garden, and we don't have garden in the institute. It is the institute in the garden. I hope you can enjoy the nature of this institution. Whoever is staying here in the campus, otherwise during your leisure time, take a round of this institution. Hope you will enjoy your learning as well as the stay here in the campus. With this, I conclude my welcome speech. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you, sir. A warm welcome to you too. The 6-day FTP emphasizes on machine learning approaches in secured biometric multimodal systems, which aims to leverage the strength of different biometric modalities, enhance system security, and provide robust and reliable authentication solutions. These techniques enable the system to adapt to various challenges and maintain high accuracy in diverse and dynamic environments. To brief you further, I now request Dr. Sharmila Kumari, Vice Principal and the Core Coordinator of today's FTP, PA College of Engineering, to deliver the preamble of the FTP. Over to you, ma'am.
Very good morning to all. Respected dignitaries on and off the dais, dear colleagues, participants, students. I am standing before you to present a brief report on the AICTE Atal-sponsored faculty development program on machine learning approaches for secured multimodal biometric systems. It is started already, so during the next 6 days. Firstly, I would like to thank AICT Atal for having funded this 6 days faculty development program and our PA Education Trust administration for their constant and continuous support in conduction of these kind of events and their encouragement and motivation to take our education trust to a greater extent and hence to advance our vision of providing knowledge to everyone. The Atal, that is AICT's Training and Learning Bureau, is having an innovative ideas and is continuously striving to provide generous grants to conduct programs that are aimed to improve the quality standards of faculty working in engineering colleges. As we all know that the field of higher education is currently undergoing a transformative phase in order to adapt to global trends. The National Education Policy of 2020 serves as a guiding light for this transformative journey. The community of quality teachers holds great potential in driving these changes and plays a crucial role in the development, sharing, and dissemination of knowledge. NEP 2020 aims to empower these teachers by providing them with the capacity building training and workshop, enabling them to identify, define, and implement the necessary changes. Without the active involvement of this competent body of quality higher education teachers, the vision of achieving the status of a global knowledge leaders cannot be realized. We know that each new generation faces a world that is changing faster than ever before. In addition to digitization, other significant trends such as globalization, sustainability, and automation are shaping our society. In light of these developments, the skills required for education go beyond mere digital proficiency. In this backdrop, we have submitted a proposal entitled Machine Learning Approaches for Secured Multimodal Biometric Systems to AICT Atal, and it is among the 150 FDP proposals which are accepted out of 1,264 applications received by the Atal Academy. The evaluation is based on course content, objective and context, relevance, quality of resource persons, proposed impact, and expected outcome. The chosen idea is quite significant to meet the present day needs. Many of us know that the biometric involves the use of unique physiological and behavioral characteristics to identify and authenticate individuals. Conventional unimodal biometric systems such as fingerprint or face iris recognition systems have demonstrated their usefulness, but can sometimes be leads to errors due to variations in data quality, environmental factors, and inherent limitations of the chosen modality. Hence, multimodal biometric systems were introduced where we have integrated information from multiple biometric sources such as fingerprint, iris patterns, facial features, signature, palm print, etc. This fusion of distinct biometric modalities offers several compelling advantages, which include improved accuracy, robustness to variability, anti-spoofing and presentation attack detection, privacy preservation, generalization and adaptability, and many more. We have been witnessing the continuous evolvement of the digital landscape with increasing demand for secure and convenient authentication methods. Multimodal biometric system hold the promise of addressing these demands comprehensively. The proposed FDP aims to provide inside details of existing and well-known machine learning as well as deep learning approaches developed for unimodal as well as multimodal biometric systems. The architectural details of deep learning models and the implementation issues will be discussed so that the faculty can take up the research work with this background. The sound mathematical details of machine learning algorithms such as linear algebra, naive-Bayes classifier, support vector machines, principal component analysis, linear discriminant analysis, etc. are presented so that the attendees get benefited to understand the research works published in reputed journals. Hence, in terms of course content, we have planned to provide the latest developments in the field of machine learning and its applications to the field of multimodal biometric system. We have set the following objectives, that is to provide the details of machine learning and deep learning models that achieve high accuracy in recognizing and verifying users across multiple biometric modalities, ensuring the reliability of authentication to prevent unauthorized access, to provide details of machine learning techniques that are introduced to detect various forms of presentation attacks and safeguarding the system against fraud access attempts. Discussion and presentation of the development of machine learning and deep learning algorithms that can handle intra-user variability caused by factors like aging, illness, and changes in appearance, ensuring consistent performance over time. Discussion and presentation of deep learning and machine learning models that can efficiently process and authenticate a large number of users, employing techniques like model compression and optimization to achieve scalability. We have identified the best resource persons working in these multimodal biometric systems drawn from institutes of national importance, industries, and universities. We have with us today Professor Nagbhushan, currently Vice Chancellor of Vignan University of Science and Technology, Guntur, Andhra Pradesh, and formerly Director and lifetime Professor of IIIT Prayagraj, who will set a stage for this 6 days FDP with his keynote talk on secured biometric systems in the background of machine learning. We have other resource persons, namely Professor Krishna Mohan from IIT Hyderabad, Professor D.S. Guru, and Professor H.S. Nagendra Swamy from University of Mysore, Dr. Dinesh and Dr. Manjunath from Samsung Research and Development as industry experts, Professor B.S. Shekhar, Professor from Mangalore University, Professor Sidlinga Swamy, Professor from MIT, Manipal, and we are backed by our research team members for the conduction of practical sessions. Finally, we are assembled here to inaugurate this faculty development program, and to provide the details of learning we have planned in these 6 days, and to acknowledge the people who worked for this faculty development program. Thank you, each one of you, for your support and your participation in this learning process. I wish all the participants a very happy and pleasant stay in our campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharmila ma'am, for the insightful preamble. As we gather here today for the inauguration of this faculty development program, let's begin this inauguration with a gesture that symbolizes growth, nurturing, and blossoming of knowledge. I request our dignitaries to officially inaugurate the FDP by watering the sapling. Thank you, dignitaries. We are truly honored to have our distinguished guest, Professor P. Nagabhushan, in our midst today, a leader whose dynamic vision and strategic initiatives in his illustrious career has continued to inspire many of us and shape the future of the academic community. Professor P. Nagabhushan, an eminent academician and distinguished professional, currently serves as the Vice Chancellor of Vignan's Foundation for Science, Technology and Research, deemed to be university since 2022. With an illustrious career spanning several decades, he has made significant contributions to the field of education, research and technology advancement. His academic journey is marked by leadership roles, including his tenure as a director and professor at the Indian Institute of Information Technology, Allahabad, Pragyaraj from 2017 to 2022. Prior to this, he served as a professor in computer science and engineering at the University of Mysore from 1994 to 2020, leaving an indelible impact on the academic community. Professor Nagabhushan's influence extends beyond national borders, with international engagements as a visiting invited researcher and professor. He has also held key positions as Director of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation Board, Dean of the Faculty of Science and Technology, and Director of the Center for Information Science and Technology at the University of Mysore. His commitment to academic reform is evident through his roles as chairman of the Academic Reformation Committee at the University of Mysore and as the chief nodal officer for the choice-based credit pattern continuous assessment education system. Professor Nagabhushan is a distinguished recipient of numerous awards and recognitions, including the prestigious IEEE Educator of the Year Award in the year 2021. His accolades also include the Lifetime Achievement Award for Outstanding Achievement, Global Leadership, and Dedicated Service to the field of image processing and pattern recognition. Outstanding contribution to education in India by International Hospitality Council London on Teachers' Day Awards 2022. His fellowship includes Fellow of International Association of Physical Sciences, Fellow of Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering, Fellow of Institution of Engineers. A commendable achievement, Professor Nagabhushan's project on dimensionality reduction sponsored by ISRO was regarded as the top project of the year. A highly regarded figure in the academic community, Professor Nagabhushan's legacy is defined by a relentless pursuit of excellence, leadership, and a passion for advancing education and research. We are honored to have him here today as our esteemed guest. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be all ears as I now invite Professor Nagabhushan for the inaugural speech. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Good morning to all of you. Oh, it must be louder. It's a cold room, but I agree, but still it should be vibrant. Good morning to all of you. That's good. Honorable Principal of the institution, coordinators of the program, and very, very distinguished faculty from this institution, distinguished faculty, researchers from other institutions over here. I'm very happy to see such a wonderful crowd over here. And I'm very, very happy that I'm associated with this institution. Well, then your principal mentioned, our welcome speaker also mentioned, behind the success of every man, there is a woman. But people normally stop there. Behind the success of every man, there is a woman, they stop there. There is a continuation. Behind the success of every man, there is a woman. And that is the woman who will be most hated by wife. Isn't it? That's the woman who will be most hated by wife. Well, then both are involved. The woman is also involved and wife is also involved. right? Very rarely wife could be the woman, or that woman could become wife later if the person is unmarried. All right. But then what divides this woman and the other woman is naturally the biometric. So the biometrics are entirely different. In fact, very recently I was watching a movie. It was a Malayalam based movie. I was watching that. And in that movie, this man will have one girlfriend, but he has taken a locker in the name of his wife. Locker in the bank was in the name of the wife. It was a joint name of wife and husband. And in the locker, naturally, he was putting all unauthorized money without the knowledge of wife. Wife was very simple. She did not know what was going on. He was putting a lot of money in the locker. And also he was putting a lot of gold in that. Fortunately or unfortunately, I do not know whether it is fortunate or unfortunate, he had a girlfriend. Both girlfriend and this man had decided to elope after some time. Then wife realized that she has lost the key of that locker. She has lost it. And then this lady turns up to the bank, other lady turns up to the bank with the key. And naturally, blindly, the bank people handed over the other key to her. But then when she goes to open the locker, it does not get opened because it required the biometric also. It required the biometric, the iris. Iris was not matching. Therefore, it did not open up. So nobody was able to even predict that this man can have a girlfriend, which a locker could identify that this man's wife is not opening the door, is not opening the locker. Therefore, it is necessary to respect wife, although she may not be a girlfriend, because the key of the locker will always be with her, isn't it? The key of your success may also be with your wife. Therefore, we have got to respect. And that is the reason she comes always with me. Okay. Right. And surely she has been very successful in counting the number of girlfriends I have. In all places, wherever I go, a lot of girls come and meet me, and that is where she could be very tensed. But then I'm happy that my BP will not go up because she is always with me. So the biometrics have very interesting role. Maybe in the keynote address later, I'm going to speak about it. Dr. Sharmila in her speech mentioned about national education policy. Your state government initially suddenly made a very big impact that we don't need to follow national education policy. In fact, it made it so very difficult that the vice chancellors of Karnataka government and the vice chancellors of universities in Karnataka were unable to deliver their own opinion about national education policy because of the pressure from the government. Where is democracy? Perhaps democracy is not there in democracy. Excellent democracy could be found in monarchy. Like when King of Mysore was there, the democracy was very excellent. So now where is democracy? If principal of the institution cannot speak, if the vice chancellor of an university cannot speak, where is democracy? Yesterday, day before yesterday, in the newspaper, I saw a sudden development. Of course, I come to know Karnataka news only when I come over to Bangalore or Mysore or to this place when I go through the newspaper. The newspaper now tells that national education policy has not been ignored. However, state education policy is a supplement to national education policy. I think that was what was the news day before yesterday. Well, that's a common sense. Why government needs such a common sense to reinvent the common sense that any state education policy has got to be in concurrent with the national education policy? So much of common sense, why our politicians lack, I do not understand. However, that common sense that education is a concurrent policy has got to be respected by both center and the state. The most interesting point of national education policy, it has not told anything new, anything beyond philosophy. All that it has tried to tell is, don't make it a classroom teaching. All that national education policy tries to tell is that don't make a teaching a preaching business. Ultimately, national education policy tells that a learner has got to experience what he has been studying. In fact, the thumb rule of the national education policy is experiential learning. And it has got to be continuous learning. It just tells that don't conduct bloody stupid examinations the way you are conducting. Unfortunately, all vice chancellors depend essentially upon one man called controller of examination and registrar evaluation. And so when the autonomy is given to colleges, I don't know whether your PA college is autonomous college or whatever, when autonomy is given, the whole model is again reflected that the controller of examination becomes the big deity in any institution. What is examination? Examinations keep happening. Every day there shall be examination. The moment I talk to you, the way you respond, I always examine how you are going to respond to me. Right? And I am also being examined by you because how am I going to talk is going to be assessed by you. So forgetting this, we speak about only examination as the major thing to make anybody qualified. If you think the university examinations are the benchmarks in telling, in qualifying a person as an engineer, then you are totally mistaken. These examinations and these university degrees shall not have value if they are basically examination based and award based. It has got to be experienced. And national education policy does not tell anything new. It just tells, go back to your epic days of India and find out what is happening. Find out what was happening there in education. So our education in India was more scientific, more holistic, and totally more comprehensive. Now, what are we doing? All that we are doing is only producing papers based on the number of courses. We call them as people with distinction. We call them as people with first class. And we know that most of the companies tell them they are unfit for employment. So when we produce the engineers who are unfit for employment, then what is the use of such an education? That's what only national education policy tells. Instead of looking at the philosophy of national education policy, we again make a superficial look at national education policy. And just because it has happened to come from the center, states with opposite polarity always have a tendency to tell that national education policy has of no significance. the first thing, the most important thing for any academician like you, and particularly the would-be academicians who are attending this course, would be people who are making a far-reaching impact on the entire education of India. You should, all of us should learn that we should be broad-minded, open-minded, and deep-rooted. Both breadth and depth are very essential. We have got to be deep-rooted in understanding, broad-minded in receiving the inputs from from all of them, and we have got to accept. We have got to accept and keep moving on. What does the modern education, what does the modern set of people require? That is what we have got to understand. Sure, then, national education policy, since she mentioned, I just wanted to speak about it because much before national education policy was announced, when I was at University of Mysore as the founder chairman, I had introduced the total continuous assessment without BOE, Board of Examiners. I had eliminated Board of Examiners at University of Mysore for my department. Without that, we had introduced the continuous assessment. So it was much before the national education policy. And much before the national education policy, it was around the corner. When I went into IIIT Allahabad as director, I said this institution has got to undergo a big change as far as not examination, as far as assessment is concerned. We have successfully removed the word examination. Even in Vignan, after I entered, of course, my entry into Vignan was only after national education policy. The first thing I did was there should not be any examination system. There has got to be assessment of the candidate. And there has got to be continuous assessment of the candidate. Not the assessment at the end of the month, not the assessment at the end of the semester. What is that going to do at the end of the semester? You are conducting it as though you are conducting one holy month of Ramzan, isn't it? The whole examination happens holy month of Ramzan only. Ramzan comes only once in a year, but in an engineering college, it comes twice because there are 2 semesters, right? And in autonomous college, it happens 3 times. One is 1 semester, 2nd semester, and another is makeup, one makeup Ramzan also, right? So that should not become a ritual. Examination should never become a ritual. Assessment has got to happen. And naturally, assessment anywhere, anytime, it has got to happen. Surely, biometric is going to be a way to record automatically by a machine, by a LMS, who is being assessed and how is he being assessed. So till we think of all these activities, the institutions do not deserve autonomy and the institutions cannot become universities. We are far lagging behind. We are lagging behind as far as this concept is concerned, that we still give importance to examinations. We still give importance to controller of examination, registrar of examination. I'm sure your principal would be very busy with a hard room, what is that? Safety room for question paper, etc., etc. All right. Announce the question paper on notice board. Still, your students will not be able to answer. What are they going to answer? Because when assessment becomes the primary, question paper becomes secondary. It just becomes secondary. All right. Autonomy is to the last extent. I was a student of Birla Institute of Technology. The question paper used to get set in the morning. The teacher used to set the question paper in the morning and come and hand it over. Do you know how was the examination for us? we would receive the question paper, say by 9 o'clock. Thereafter, if you want to sit here and write the exam, write it, or you go anywhere you like to, including go back to your hostel and submit the answer book. But by evening, before 4 o'clock, you have to submit the answer. And even by before 4 o'clock, most of us would have been unable to solve all the problems given by the teacher. That was assessment. Right? Can we think of that? And that is what it has got to come. That's exactly when you read from chapter number 9 of National Education Policy. Higher education commences from chapter number 9. Okay, 9, 10, 11, 12. These are 4 important units, 4 important sections for higher education. And you go through that meticulously, then National Education Policy would be understood. But then to understand National Education Policy, you cannot come straight to chapter number 9 or section number 9. You have got to really go through the introduction, which is just about 2 or 3 or 4 pages, which is so very well written. And you read it again and again, it gives the newer dimension of national education policy. Well then, in national education policy, there has been a specific stress on the upcoming, going to be the most practiced technology, the artificial intelligence. And naturally, the biometrics has a very connotated relevance with the artificial intelligence. Well then, again, this word artificial intelligence, personally, I am not happy with this word artificial intelligence. See, artificial is totally artificial, right? In the sense that, suppose I lose my limb in an accident, then a limb will be put to me into which blood will not flow, into which senses will not be flowing. That is what is an artificial limb. So if there is a marble in the eye, in the place of eyes, in the place of eye, then it is an artificial eye, the one which cannot have any vision. On the other hand, if grafting is done, then it is not an artificial eye. It is a natural eye simulated. So the intelligence here is not really artificial. Yes, artificial to the extent that the origin of intelligence is not from the machine itself. You should understand that. The source of intelligence is not machine, like the source of intelligence is your human brain, but the action of intelligence is very similar, synonym to the intelligence. All right. So it is intelligence being simulated. So intelligence being simulated, for some reason, it was America which called it as artificial intelligence and became the popular, popular acronym AI, and it is going on. Well, but the artificial intelligence, in one way, we have got to understand the word artificial has a relevance in telling that the source of intelligence is not the machine. Like, unfortunately, people give an impression that intelligence can also be created by a machine. No, impossible. It is just artificial. The source of intelligence has got to be only you and only you. The source of successful intelligent biometrics application can be only because of you, not because of the machine itself. But the machine can do the job more competitively and more competently than any one of you can do it. That's the only difference. Well then, national education policy, I wish if you have some time during the session over here, you should discuss about national education policy. You should discuss about the implementation of national education policy within your own limits. Now, let me come. Although you are an affiliated college, would the university come and tell you that the internal assessment has got to be conducted in this way itself? Has university told that you have got to follow the question paper pattern of final exam itself for the questions given in your internal assessment test? They have not told you. Then why do you still give the choice in the question paper? What is choice in life? Do you get a choice in life? In fact, Abdul Kalam tells that nature gives the question paper first and then teaches you how you have got to respond to question paper. Volcano is the question paper. Tsunami is the question paper. All right? Nature first gives the question paper and then teaches you. Whereas here, in our ordinary stupid engineering colleges, what we do is we teach. We teach so much. We teach every day. And we don't know what is the importance. Attendance, attending the class, or listening to the class, we don't know. Right? We complain about our students to the parents. Attendance is bad. Have you ever told that his concentration in the class is bad? Have you ever told that he has not been paying due attention to whatever I am teaching in the class? No, attendance is bad. All right, to make the attendance very good, keep some 4, 5 cheering girls also. Then obviously attendance will be very high, right? Because today, even in cricket matches, more than cricket players, those cheerleaders are more important, right? See, I can't understand. Even the principals of prestigious institution trying to tell the parents attendance is not maintained. Who the hell attendance should be maintained if the class is very good? If the teacher is extraordinarily good, how attendance will be missing? Right? After all, people have got to understand that if I do not attend this class, I am going to miss something. Right? I am going to really miss something. That's what has got to come to the students. So who has got to be the performer? The actor has got to be the teacher. All right? So the teacher has got to remain abreast of the knowledge. All right? So most important, from attendance to participating in the class should become very important. Now, what are the classes? We call it as engineering education. And even today, I do not know whether there has been a change. Even today, we have practical examination separate, theory examination separate. Most of you could be from computer science. You tell me, how can any idiot can pass data structures lab without understanding data structures? How can anybody complete a logic design lab without understanding the organization? For that matter, how can he complete a heat engine lab without understanding thermodynamics in mechanical engineering? You can see the marks card, full out of full marks in practical examination, just a push, just a pass in the theory examination. You can see data structure, how much you have scored in theory paper with great difficulty, 40, 42%, whereas in data structure lab, 80%. How can that happen? Where is correspondence analysis? Where is correlation between understanding and implementation? So that's the difference between what national education policy has been trying to tell you and what we are practicing. Right? And that is exactly the difference between any IIT, institution of national importance, and an affiliated college. But then national education policy tells affiliation is not going to be a blessing. Every institution has got to become autonomous, and every institution gradually should become a university. And hence you decide the quality of applicative education. Bloom's taxonomy, you might have heard. In Bloom's taxonomy, the first part is only understanding, right? And our question papers are limited only to the first and second part. Explain with a neat diagram. What is this with a neat diagram? I cannot even understand. I'm sure there must be an electronics and electrical circuit expert over here. I still remember we were supposed to draw that electrical circuit diagrams in our lab journal sheets. And we used to draw it using scale, pencil, etc. One of my classmates had drawn it freehand. Circuit diagram had drawn it freehand. My teacher threw away his journal sheet. He said, "What is this? You're drawn it using freehand." Then all that he did was he took the hand of the teacher, took him, and asked him, "Sir, you connect the circuit. Show me the circuit works as straight as you expect me to draw in the answer book. And then show me only with the straight circuit, straight, electrical wires, your circuit will work." And the teacher did not have the answer. Naturally, right? Because unfortunately in our life, we always simply listen to people without examining, without assessing. My father said that, I shall also do it. My grandfather did it, I shall also do it. Isn't it? I shall also do it. And ultimately, just doing it, copy, right? Ditto mark. Doing the ditto mark has become the religious practice. We have forgotten what is being religious, right? Being religious is the ability to be being critical, investigative, and at the same time have the ability to question and seek the answer, because it is the answer which gives rise to the next question, and the next question gives rise to the next research, and the next research gives the answer to the next question. Therefore, if the research has got to be alive, the questions have got to be alive. If questions have got to be alive, your foundational strength has got to be very strong, and that is what at least is expected of every teacher. I'm very sure every teacher shall be far ahead of the student in the classroom, not just 1 hour ahead of the student. Thank you very much for such a patient hearing.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening the audience with your words of wisdom. Dear delegates, we are thrilled to announce about the upcoming international conference, ICEST, International Conclave on Engineering, Science and Technology, an international peer-reviewed event to bring together academia, engineers, students, and researchers in the field of engineering, science, and technology. PACE Conclave will be hosted by PA College of Engineering and scheduled in the month of April 2024. I request our esteemed guests and dignitaries to launch the official website of PACE Conclave by clicking on the link. I request our dignitaries to officially launch the website.
International conference, huh? Okay.
There
Okay.
are 6 teams.
Okay. Good.
This team 1 is international engineering, design production. Then team 2 is civil engineering.
Okay.
Then electronics, everything. For example, this is on data
Advanced, okay. Good biotech also.
And that is the technology from basic science.
So multi-team conference.
Multi-team.
Good.
Multi-team means, but we are planning to conduct as a separate conference.
Good. When is this?
April.
Ah, okay. Planning to collaborate, I could be also better. Yeah, yes, yes. Yes. Yeah, coordinating. Both of them. Yeah.
Thank you, dignitaries. We have with us Dr. Ramiz MK, Principal, PA College of Engineering, who is the pillar of support and epitome of inspiration to all the activities conducted at our college. I now request Dr. Ramiz MK to deliver the presidential address.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, chief guest of the function, of the dais, faculty members of the college, faculty members who have come from the nearby colleges, and all the members present here. A very good morning to all of you. After having heard the chief guest, I think there is no space to talk more. But still, I feel you can call it as a part 2 of his speech, where I would like to make some observations. When Sir was entering the campus, I was just thinking that Professor Narayana Murthy is coming inside. Then I was looking for Sudha Murthy. Then I saw Sudha Murthy also. I think physically, to some extent, both of you resemble both of them. So then in the boardroom, when I asked her, what is your wife doing, where she is working, then he told she is working for me, he told. That's what then he explained about what do you call that behind every man there is a woman. And another observation is that very boldly he is able to speak about girlfriends in front of his wife is a very good sign. That shows he is young and the bond is very strong. So thank you very much, sir. A few things to add. Sir talked about national education policy and the state education policy, which is supposed to be concurrent with the national education policy. What I feel regarding this is basically there is a gap in basically having a proper awareness on the goal of all these policies. Usually we give an analogy. We were just planting the tree here. I mean, pouring water. A man walking on the side of a road was digging a pit. So he was asked, why you are digging the pit? Then he replied, I will get 1,000 rupees for digging the pit. The person who asked, he went. After some time, when he came back, he saw another person filling the pit. So he was asked, why you are filling the pit? Then he replied that I will get 1,000 rupees. So the man who asked, he got confused. That is, the man who digs get 1,000 rupees, the man who fills get 1,000 rupees, but the ultimate result is 0. And an amount of rupees 2,000 is spent. So he went and met the owner of the land and asked him, did you appoint 2 people? One to dig the pit and the other to fill the pit, each with a payment of rupees 1,000. Then he told, yes. Then he told him, please don't waste that money. You give that 2,000 rupees to me because ultimately the result is same. Then he told, no, actually it's not like that. I have appointed 3 people. One person is to dig the pit with a payment of rupees 1,000. Another person is to plant a tree in that pit. And the third person is to fill the pit. So unfortunately, what happened was that on that day, the second person was on leave. So that was the reason. So the first person who was digging the pit is not aware for what purpose he is doing. And the third person also, after filling, while filling, he's not aware of for what purpose he is filling. So what I feel, sir, the education system has now come to that extent, that is, we teachers don't know for what purpose we are teaching, and the students do not know for what purpose they are learning. So this goal, he's lost somewhere, where, as sir told, I don't know, in Vigyan University there is attendance. I think there is attendance system in Vigyan University. So what the real, in real spirit, what sir told is from the examination to the assessment, from the attendance to the participation. All these comes very beautifully, sir has posed. That is, we are actually concerned about the physical attendance, but we are not concerned about the mental attendance. That's why we could see sometimes benches together sleeping in the class, because most of the time they come only for the sake of attendance. So there is a paradigm shift required from the classroom learning to the experiential learning outside the classroom. So for that, I think all the stakeholders of the system, keeping all the political rivalries and all those difference in opinion aside, come together where we work for a same goal, and we really get that real knowledge transfer happens. You see, when that plant is planted, between the digging of the pit and the filling of the pit, that plant grows. That will bear fruits. But now what is happening is that I'm really, as sir has told, it's really doubtful whether that knowledge transfer is really happening in the classrooms. So there comes the importance of these kind of faculty development programs. I was addressing our faculty members itself. That is always water flow from a higher potential to a lower potential. Current flows from a higher potential to a lower potential, never from a lower potential to higher potential. If you want to flow something from a lower potential to higher potential in thermodynamics, the second law of thermodynamics, heat can flow from a lower temperature to higher temperature when there is a external force. That's why we use a compressor. Work is done on the compressor in a refrigerator, because in a refrigerator, heat is taken from inside the cabin of the refrigerator, which is at low temperature, to outside. That's why when you go and stand behind the refrigerator, you feel hot, because heat is taken from the low space. So what actually is required is this potential difference between the teaching community and the learning community. I think there should be. We are co-learners. We teachers are co-learners throughout the life. So this emerging technologies, especially as sir has mentioned, instead of artificial intelligence, simulating intelligence. That's, I think, simulating the intelligence. So this has got a very big potential in future. So this potential basically, not like other branches of science, it is far advancing. We as faculty members, whether we are upgraded with these technologies, it's very important. So that's why these kind of faculty development programs comes into picture, which with a lot of importance, where we as teachers should be able to master over any of the technologies. And in the college, each teacher should be known for his expertise. So that's one thing, the brand yourself. Every teacher has to brand himself. Yes, this person, Mr. X, yeah, he's an expert in machine learning. He's an expert in cybersecurity. He's an expert in cloud computing. That is, instead of just like Habib sir is not known as Habib sir, sometimes he's known as the Embed Club teacher. So similarly, each faculty should be known with his expertise. Brand yourself. There's one thing which is very, very important. The second thing is that each teacher should learn to collaborate. These two things, branding yourself and collaborating with each other, is something which is very, very important in the present context, where because our younger generation, they are very fast than us. They feel that 1 hour of classroom teaching, they can get better information from all the other resources. They have YouTube. They have a lot of many things which from they can learn. So connect the real-time environment with the classroom. As sir has told, when I teach thermodynamics in my class, I should be able to connect thermodynamics with the real-time environment. So each and every one of us should, because books are not the sources of information. Books are not the source of information. Books are basically a compilation in a formulated way. The information's inside, it is compiled. Information's lies around. As sir told, information's knowledge is there in volcanoes. Knowledge is there in tsunamis. Knowledge is there outside in the sun's rays. And the knowledge is there in the pressure cooker. When I teach thermodynamics, I teach about pressure cooker. There is knowledge. So this real-time connection, connection with the real-time applications is something very, very important, which each teacher should be able to connect. So I feel this kind of faculty development programs, it helps a lot. The topic of today's topic, this multimodal biometric systems, because when new technology comes, new challenges come. You take 23 years back in the year 2000, we never had any mobile shops. So first we started having what? Mobile selling shops. And after that, we started having what? Mobile servicing shops. So every technology will bring new horizons, new ways of thinking. People are afraid of what they call AI replacing or AI reducing the job opportunities. No, never. AI will not reduce the job opportunities, but AI is going to change the mode of job opportunities. So when new technologies comes, new challenges come. First, there was a fingerprint, but people started replicating the fingerprints by having, I know, in our classes, in the olden days, this chewing gum. Chewing gum was, you keep the finger on the chewing gum, then mirrorize it. Then again, somebody can take that chewing gum and go and put on the biometric. So new things brings new challenges. So why? Yes. So why multi-mode? You have the finger knuckle print, you have the finger size, you have the finger veins, you have the finger, many things are there. So you try to connect all these type of security systems just as you have multiple keys. You have one key. If you get one key, you will not be able to open. You should have the second key. So the fusion of all these technologies, you have the iris, or you have the face pattern, whatever maybe. So new things come to make the people's life easy, but new challenges also come. Cybersecurity has come up. Why? Because when you digitize, when you globalize things, what happens that new challenges will come. So our focus as teachers and as students is basically to identify the gray areas. So identify the gray areas. The person who identifies the gray area the fastest, I repeat, the person who identifies the gray area at the fastest, the earliest, they are going to survive in the market on a bigger scale. We had one student of PACE last week for an entrepreneurship workshop. So he has got two companies. One company is the Fairfirst company, which is very popular. He has got one more company. What is the name of that company, Hussein? Which is basically into app development. So I was having discussion with him, a very long discussion. So simply I asked him, what is your turnover? He told my revenue in a month is more than 1 crore, 1 CR. I thought he was bluffing. I did not ask him further in the audience. But when I was traveling with him later, I asked him, really, do you make? Then he gave me the complete statistics. Then I told how you identified. Then he told, sir, this app in the US market, in the Europe market, there is a big opportunity, especially in the car rental systems. So he has ventured into that area where he's making a very good money. Then he actually told him many things. He told that he can run his company without any employee for at least from 3, 4, 5, 6 months without any employee. And he will be able to maintain this. So a person who enters, who just look at the things around and identifying the gray areas is something very, very important. He was telling that, especially there is a gray area on integrating these AI driven applications in the app sector, which still it is not very much explored. It's a gray area. So maybe in biometric systems also, the multi-mode biometric systems. So there are a lot of opportunities. So we as teachers, if we try to imbibe all these things and we come in the forefront than the students in this area, then of course we are also going to excel, and our students are going to excel. So I congratulate our Sharmila madam. I remember last many months she was struggling right from the application to the ministry, and when it got sanctioned, because conducting such a program on this scale is not a so easy job. There is a lot of planning and headaches, literally, which is behind it. The whole team, Sharmila madam, assisted by Professor Abul Hayyan sir, and the research scholars and the faculty members of the computer science department, and also the students, they have all supported, and we have come out with this beautiful program. So, and I think you are having a visit to Infosys also, no? So they are also having a Thursday visit to Infosys campus also as a part of this program. You'll be having some interactions with the senior officials there. So these 6 days, let the knowledge transfer happen, let the planting of the tree happen. And I hope that that tree is going to bear fruits and flowers, which will last for long. And people who see the tree will remember this workshop forever and ever. And I thank our chief guest. So every person gives a vibe. So you had given a very positive vibe for our program. And I hope sir will be imparting his experiences more, and real experiential learning will happen in the next session. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all the participants who have come, and we try to extend the best hospitality from our side, and we wish you a very, very pleasant stay in the coming days of this workshop. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Before we move forward, let us take a moment to express our gratitude to our esteemed chief guest. Your presence has added immense value to the inaugural ceremony, and we would like to present you with a token of appreciation as a small gesture of our profound thanks. I request Dr. Ramiz MK to hand over the memento to our distinguished guest, Professor Nagbhushan, and do the honors. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Nagbhushan sir, for taking your time and gracing us with your presence. Gratitude is the fairest blossom that springs from the soul, quotes Henry Ward. I now call upon Professor Ankita Bekal from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering to propose the vote of thanks.
A very good morning to one and all. It is with great pleasure and gratitude that I stand before you to deliver the vote of thanks for this inaugural ceremony of the Faculty Development Program on Machine Learning Approaches for Secured Multimodal Biometric Systems. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Professor P. Nagbhushan, the Vice Chancellor, Vignan University, Andhra Pradesh, for gracing us with his presence and sharing his invaluable sights. Sir, I'm sure your expertise will be a guiding light, inspiring all of us to strive for excellence in our academic research endeavors. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank Mrs. Lakshmi Nagbhushan for gracing this occasion. Thank you, ma'am. I acknowledge my heartfelt thanks to our beloved principal, Dr. Ramiz MK, for his exceptional leadership, transformative vision. Thank you, sir. I express my sincere appreciation to our Vice Principal, HOD Department of Computer Science, and the co-coordinator of this FTP, Dr. Sharmila Kumari, who went above and beyond to make this day. Your efforts have not only led the well-organization of this program, but also has inspired us to approach our work with renewed vision and enthusiasm. Thank you, ma'am. A special thanks to Dr. Syed Abdul Hayan, Professor Mohammed Hafiz, Professor Mohammed Habib, and all the coordinators team for being the driving force behind this program. I thank the HODs of various departments, the teaching and non-teaching, the technical staff in-house for all your extended support. A tearful thanks to all the participants for making your presence in this program. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Ankita. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a brief pause as we move for a short tea break. The tea is available outside. We will resume shortly in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, ma'am. Yeah, in 10 minutes for the much awaited, anticipated session with our distinguished chief guest, Professor Nagbhushan. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, participants, after the short tea break. Let's resume the session with the very first FDP. Without further delay, let's now call upon Professor P. Nagbhushan for a session on secured multimodal biometrics. Nagbhushan, sir, the stage is all yours.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Good afternoon to all of you. Am I audible to all of you? Good. But this is very stationary. Hmm. I need to be mobile. Okay. Okay. So good afternoon. Okay. The first session is over delayed. I have titled it as secured biomodal, secure multimodal biometrics. And I thought that I shall go through quite leisurely, quite comfortably, and in a greater detail. But now I'm hard pressed with the time. But nevertheless, you can feel comfortable to ask me questions in between or towards the end, whichever is more convenient for you. So biometrics is a combination of two words, bio and metrics. Bio is biological measurements. To be precise, it has got to be biophysical characteristics. The only exception for biophysical characteristic is DNA measurement. DNA is not really biophysical. It has got to be more, it has got to be deeper than biophysical. But extracting what is required for DNA is quite simple. It need not always depend upon any blood sample.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? No. The online says, is it audible now? Hello. Can you hear me? Hello, 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 hello. Don't worry. We have a technology to generate the voice, right? Deep learning. We can explore to generate the voice depending upon the lip movement. You know that videos are there, which are publicly available, where Modi's speech is imitated by some. Hello, 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 hello. ಇಲ್ಲ. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, hello. IT ganda, IT ganda, itu ganda. The net lagi. Anda, anda. Oh, ame kisan. Tu kawan nimsha. Ante, ani rekon manpete. Itu apa ta? IT te patte. Hello, hello, hello. Kella, kella. Hello, hello, hello. Kella. Idರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿ. Hello, 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 hello. ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತದೆ, ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳ್ತದೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಐಟ್ಲ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಕೇಳ್ತದೆ. ತಿಳಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹಲೋ ಹಲೋ ಕೇಕ್ರ ಹಲೋ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಹಲೋ ಸರ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಬೇಡ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅದರಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು ನೋಕಲ್ಲ ಹಲೋ ಸೈಫುದ್ದೀನ್ ಸರ್ ಹಲೋ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಯು ಹಿಯರ್ ಮೀ ಎಸ್ Hello. Hello.
no problem. This I can use it, no?
Yes, sir.
No
That is
problem.
yes, sir.
This is enough. Ah, yes, sir.
ಬೇಡ ಸರ್ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತದೆ ನಮಗೆ ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ಬೇಕು
Online
YouTube ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತದೆ ಬೇಡ ಸರ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಬ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಇದ್ದವರು ಮುಂದೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕಾಯ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ
We will proceed.
Yes, sir.
Welcome back.
Back side. Sir, better, sir.
No, not at all. I will go with you.
ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ okay.
It's okay, no problem. More than lightweight, the contents are important. Irrelevant. So, shall we proceed?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So, in continuation, what we mentioned earlier is when you look at the deep learning architecture, basically we are looking at these three components. One is the optimizer, another is the loss function. The question is now how to update the weights. And also, how do I transform the data? So means to say, your research basically focus on these three issues only. That is the data transformation process, evaluating against the loss functions, then updating the weights through what are called as the optimizers. Different optimizers would lead to different research solutions. Exploring different loss functions again would lead to a contribution. Exploring different data transformation also leads to a what is called as the contribution. So therefore, when you are looking at any deep learning algorithms, you are basically focusing on these three components. In a way, when I say it is an operator, what are called as the transformations. So the major or one which is explored by majority of the researchers is the convolution operation. And to reduce the complexity, we go for pooling. Whereas When I say it as an optimizers, you know, well known is the SGD and its variants you can find. I mean, you should put an effort in order to look at what are the different optimizers so far available. Then similarly, the loss functions, what are the various loss functions that are available? And even to initialize the data also, that matters a lot. Let's say, for example, I take the clustering and I did initialize to this and this and this. These are the 3 seeds. Then in such cases, how many clusters I would get? Do I get actual clusters? You take this itself as an image, as an input. I am supposed to do the clustering. Suppose if you choose the seed point, one in this location, another in this location, another in this location. Do you think that gives me an optimal solution? It may not. Probably the best choice is somewhere else here, somewhere else here, somewhere else here, and somewhere else on the black data, somewhere else on the blue line, etc. That way gives your actual number of clusters so far available, where I go based on the color component. So means to say that is the role of initialization that plans role over here matters. So you are looking at these components only when it comes to what are called as deep learning algorithms. So there are different processing models, that is the transformation algorithms, where they are basically categorized as convolutional, recurrent, pooling, and so on. And input again is one or more tensors. When I say one or more tensors, the kind of data it depends. Similarly, the output usually encoded with, of course, additionally, I'm supposed to provide the inputs and learned and initially random, where all these are combined to form what is called as a neural network. So it could be of any level, then it is called as a deep learning networks, deep neural networks. To simple terms, let's say if I want to explain what do you mean by saying a convolution. So you can, the filter could be of this or this or this or this. You know what is its effect? Can anybody tell me what is the effect of this filter? Or can anybody tell me what is the effect of this filter? And so on. And what do you mean by saying a convolution operation here? When I say convolution operation here, you are facing the or keeping the filter over every pixel and then obtain the revised data, as you can see here, depending upon the filter that you are going to provide. So where they sometimes, let's say you would like to interested in extracting the edges, then you can consider what are called as the edge filters so far available. You know that you are providing the inputs when you are convolving the operations, 64 filters, 128 filters, and so on and so forth. What do you mean by saying so? It means to say that you are basically supplying either 3x3 or 5x5 sized filters, which extracts low-level features from the image data. I told you when it comes to a deep learning model, representation at various levels, and the very basic level is extraction of the low-level visual features. When I say low-level visual features, you can think of using a Sobel operator, Prewitt operator, and its variants. Okay, I mean to say that extracting horizontal, diagonal, vertical, and a different orientation, you can extract the features. So this is what I mean to say that given an image data, when I say it is a convolution operation that I perform with some kernel, this is what I would get. Again, I may get the same or I may get the different sized image also, reduced size or increased size. That depends upon the parameter that you supply. You can get the same image also, it's two possible. Okay, in the sense, you are taking now the data. When I say it is a convolution operation, given an input, you transform the data and verify whether the data is accurately classifies or label accurately, provide me the corresponding label. If it is incorrect, let's say for example, you are going to modify the weights. You are going to adjust the weights. You are going to adjust the weights over here. As you can see, you are going to adjust the weights and then again submitting the input. So true what are called as the, again you do the predictions, evaluate through the loss function, modify the weights through the optimizers. So where you modify the weights and again you feed back the same. This process gets repeated, and the technical term that is being used is called as the epochs. Okay, in data deep learning terminology, we call it as how many such epochs that you need to have in order to obtain the desired output is a question. That depends upon, of course, the loss function that you consider and making the modifications over there. And if at all it is to be converged, okay, if at all it is to be converged, see that you properly assign what are called as the initializers. So initialization is also an important task over here. And of course, there are what are called as the different loss functions I told you already. And when it comes to an initialization, which is nothing but an optimization process, as you can see here. So what basically the task of these optimization function? So there are different what are called as different optimizers that are available. And one such well-known optimizer is the stochastic gradient descent algorithm. Probably I want you to spend, maybe I even insist my research scholars to spend time on implementing any one of the optimizers during the 6 days FD. That itself is good enough task for me. So we don't want everything to be learned over a period of 6 days. It is absolutely not possible. You just focus on how a simple gradient descent algorithm could be implemented without using what are called as the functions. You have to develop on your own. I mean, write a C++ code which accept the data and do the optimization process. And that is strengthened, that helps you not to understand other concepts also, different optimizers so far available in the literature. Okay. And whereas if I look at, let's say, I told you max pooling, I have given this example also. Max pooling reduces the size. And to illustrate this, I just take the demo. Okay. You just closely observe this video so that you will come to know what is the importance of max pooling. I reduce the size by 2. The question is now, do I able to classify it is a cat, dog or not? Still it is possible, right? Again, that is subjected once again. It is reduced by 1/4, as you know now. The question is now, do I able to classify it as a dog or not? Still you are able to visualize it as a dog. Yes or no? So that's what in fact max pooling does. Would you able to understand now? What is the intuition behind going for the max pooling? In the sense, it retains the information and also gives you the power to understand. I mean, it reduces the size of the data that you are going to process. That is one of the beauty of what is called as this max pooling. So you cannot randomly replace max pooling by some other process. If all you are going to do so, there should be a reason behind that. Please sit with that. Okay. And some more examples on the same line when it comes to a gradient descent algorithm, where initialization matters a lot such that it should converge. I initialize here and automatically, as you can see here, converges. I mean, finding the minimum in a function. Okay. Estimating the minimum. And in order to estimate the minimum, I should suppose to initialize with some value, random value. And in USGD algorithm, I would be able to land up with these, what is called marks, what we mentioned over here. This may be another example on the same line, where as you can see here. So I'm supposed to estimate here the minimum value. Okay, this is the minimum that I should get. And I can put the initializer somewhere else here, and they basically boils down to this. So, which is one of the what is called as the gradient descent method available in MATLAB. So which you can take the demo. It's just taken from the MATLAB, where they illustrated how stochastic gradient descent algorithm works. But try to implement this. So you will feel more proud and better to in order to understand and can make a modification to that. It is possible. So when I say it is I mean, looking at these basic components available as a part of deep learning, what are the basic components we know now, right now? The layers, right? The optimizers, the loss function. These are the three main issues. Okay. And considering those, say for example, people come out with different what are called as the architectures, which they call it as RNN, which they call it as CNN based, which they call it as autoencoders, which they call it as GAN, transformers, capsule networks, and so on and so forth. These are the different buzzwords, terminologies, the different architectures that you find when you refer to deep learning framework. Effectively, it uses convolutional neural network. So where this could be either dense or fully connected. If I say it is a dense layer, every pixel is connected to this, every node is connected to its previous nodes. Whereas in the case of convolution, it is not so, as you can see here. Maybe not all list, partial list. So therefore, computing time would be reduced, as you can see here. Ultimately, when I say it is a CNN, it's basically to understand the image data. When I say it is basically to understand the image data, this is my image, what we see. Whereas on the computer side, it is nothing but a set of values, matrix of values. And definitely we are not able to say anything about that. It is nothing but the intensity value at given x comma y, as you can see here. It is a real representation. I mean, any value can be made between 0 and 1. Okay. And these values are grouped together such that I could provide a meaningful information, what is called as feature extraction. So in the sense, you have the image data from visual point of view, and from processing point of view, it is a two-dimensional matrix. And this two-dimensional matrix data is grouped, okay, is grouped such that I can obtain some knowledge out of that. And how do I group? It depends upon your what is called as feature extractor. Maybe as I told you, histogram is one such example. I can compute the histogram or source to the image. I can compute the orientation map. So you can do many things. I can compute the LBP value. So many things are, so many what are called as extracts are there. But this is the idea behind that. Although it is quite easy, as you can see here, easy for humans, but for AI, it is one of the hardest problem. Why it is hardest? It's all because of the reason that when you look at the data over here, at x comma y, this is the value. Assuming that it is rotated, you don't get the same value at that position. That is a problem. Can I make it is rotation independent? Is a question. Okay. Of course, there are algorithms wherein which I can make it transform independent. So how do you transform the grid of numbers into understanding or even something useful? That is where feature extractor comes. We are basically not going to process the image as is. We will extract the knowledge hidden in the image data, and it is going to be stored in what is called as a knowledge base. And what knowledge that you are going to extract, as far as the machine learning algorithms are concerned, it is your brain that works over there and come out with a solution to the problem. Whereas in the case of deep learning, you develop a model that extracts the information from the metrics at various levels. What we refer as the representation at various levels and abstraction in general. Okay. And subsequently gives me what is called as a good representation, which is able to classify or label depending upon the data that I have put as an input. And classification, as you know, as far as deep learning models are concerned, it should be a labeled data, which is one of the major limitations. With this understanding, when I say it is a convolution for image data, as you can see here on the same line, okay. So it gives me a data. It is a simple convolution operations which transforms an image data into some other meaningful data. In fact, we are not able to say, when I say, for example, take the numerical values and produce the output, what basically it does. I mean, the convolution operation, what is going to do? See here, it is the kernel. As you can see, the middle one here, it is the kernel that plays over every pixel, okay, and produces this as an output. This is a feature map, I call it as. This is a feature map that is being generated where you are learning this kernel through all this. And I can have the same size, of course, it is do possible, okay. Right now, the size is reduced. As you can see here, I am not taking the edge pixels where you can do the augmentation. It is do possible. That is border effect. Without padding, the output area is smaller, as you can see here. If I do padding, I can get the same size of the image. Padding means adding zeros either to the border or ones also, or replicating the weights, I can get the same thing. And that option is available in what are called as the Keras library to say, do you want with padding or without padding? That should be possible. But you should know what is that mean. What do you mean by saying a padding? And this I call it as a feature map. When I say it is a feature map, it gives me some knowledge. It gives me some knowledge in the sense that what is the orientation of a nose of a particular person. So what is the orientation of a lips, etc. That's what, if I consider a face, that may be the data that you are going to work on. So in real, let's say for example, see here, if at all the input to the kernel is this way, please note here, if at all I consider this as a kernel, you will get the information in this direction. I mean to say that the feature map with that orientation, that is left side orientation. And if you look at this image, feature map to the other side of the orientation. I mean, this is a real example to say, and this is my kernel. This is the kernel which moves over the images to produce different feature maps. And these feature maps integrated at various levels. And these feature maps could vary. You know that as far as deep neural networks are concerned, you will generate as many as 64 feature maps associated with different kernel. So this may be one kernel generated this feature map. This may be another kernel generates another feature map. Like that, you can have kernels. When I say it is a kernel, it is the set of different 3x3 sized matrices. Okay, where in which it may extract just in the horizontal direction, vertical direction, or with all 365-degree orientation, or in terms of 30-degree orientation, you can extract the input. And in all these cases, as you know, you are using the intensity as a means. But nobody has addressed, can I take any other value other than the intensity? It's still a question. In fact, I raised that in the other sessions also. Because, you know, if at all I consider, for example, a pixel data, okay, if I consider a pixel information, that is intensity value, every pixel associated with two different values, right? One is, of course, the intensity. What are the other information that I can associate a pixel? What other information can be considered for a pixel? So one is the intensity, which is extensively used in processing or developing a deep neural networks. But can I use a magnitude? Is a question. Can I use the orientation? Is a question. I mean, if I consider a pixel, you know that every pixel will have a magnitude and orientation. And magnitude and orientation are used by the researchers extensively while building or developing the models. I'm not going to get into those details. However, pixel not only contains the intensity value, it also has additional data. The question now is, can I use this additional data to build my own deep learning architecture? I just pose it as an open question. People, you can think of solving. If at all you are able to get a good results, it's a contribution to the field. Okay. So that's what expected by any researcher for that. So to say convolution intuitively, see here, I have given the image data. When I say low level features, I may extract these. Okay. And maybe if I consider the next level, see here, So given this image data, these may be the low level features. First level, what is called as a neural network, then followed by the next level, and followed by the next level, which helps me to classify that it is a cat. Okay. So see here, low level features, somehow they combine because I do the max pooling. Next I go for further combine so that I would be able to say exactly what will be this picture represents. This is what, I mean, this is the inside detail of when I say it is a deep neural networks with convolution operations. Okay. Learn low level features in the sense that orientation in the horizontal, vertical, and so on and so forth. Different directions I would, or the lines, or the corners, or the edges that are available in the image data. And they are legitimately combined to form features like eyes, nose, etc. And these are combined to form the corresponding objects of my interest. This is what people say when I say it is a deep learning model, and that's how it learns. Okay. And effectively, there are what are called as the framework that are available, library functions that are available as a part of deep learning, Caffe, Stark, and so on and so forth. Okay, where we are interested in this part, right? We just look at these functions that are available. For example, when I say it is a Keras framework, so particularly under this, it is basically an API, consists of set of functions to manipulate the data. So similarly, PyTorch is an efficient GPU library. Okay, details are available there. And when I do the convolution operations, as you can see here, I need not develop any algorithm. I just use this function, convol2D, that's all, with various parameters. Okay, this is all I do, and this output I would get. My question is now, in the course, this course, just implement a convolution operation, simulate that, and produce the results. That is sufficient for me. If you are able to, I'll give you different tasks which you can try in these 6 days. Okay, as a part of your practicals also. Apart from implementing or what is given to you as a part of the practical sessions. Okay, try to develop your own convolution functions and see how much time it takes. See here, layers.convol2D, filters you apply with kernel size, padding, and activation. These are the parameters you are supplying to a convolution 2D. Can you just simulate this using C++ or a Java, any language that you are familiar, and produce the same output what is being produced out of this? And can you integrate this in a part of API? Because those who are good in programming, I'm sure they enjoy this part. In the sense, how do I make this as a part of what is called as the API that is already available? If you could do that and give me a solution, I'm very happy. Okay, can you do that? Just simulating this convol 2D operations with filters. Filters could be of any size. Please note here, it could be of 3 by 3, 5 by 5, 7 by 7, and so on. Yes or no? And kernel size here. See here, filters and kernel size. Kernel size could be 3, 5, 7, and so on and so forth. Padding is optional. Then the corresponding activation functions that you can specify. So, and these here, please note here, you are calling in the context of what? Layers. So when I say I'm calling in the context of layers within tf.keras, it's basically object-oriented programming. Yes or no? You are calling this function in the context of layers. What do you mean by saying so? It means that, what is layers here? You are defining a convol 2D operation over the layers, means that image is an input over here. In the context of image, you are calling this function. And this function will have various parameters, and the parameters would vary also. I need not supply all the parameters. Therefore, it is a function with variable number of parameters. So, polymorphism. So, see the complexity they built within the framework. So, as a programmer, I can feel that and experience it, and how complex it is when I am trying to develop that. When I say convol 2D, similarly 3D are there. Can I make it more generic? So generic in the sense that can I go for template programming or generic programming, which is one of the excellent feature provided in the Java or also in CWL Plus, standard template libraries. You can think of using that and trying to develop your own conmol 2D functions. Okay. So please take it as an exercise and try to do that. As a reflection journal, so it should be the output of this. Similarly, here pooling. Max pooling operation, 2D, full size you are specifying over here. Or it could be an average pooling also. I will give one more assignment. You know what is meant by max pooling or an average pooling? Isn't it? What do you mean by max pooling? So give an image size, say for example 2 by 2, I compute the max value over here. That's all. I compute the maximum value over here, maximum value and maximum value. Your 4 by size image, 4 by 4 size image is reduced to 2 by 2, isn't it? Still it retains the approximately the same information, yes or no? Do you agree with me or not? Because I have given you one video which gives you, even though I diminish the size, it retains the same, of approximately the same data. So it means that I am just taking the average of these values. I'm taking, sorry, the maximum of these values, maximum of these values, maximum and maximum generating. So I can as well take the average. It's possible. What are the other options other than maximum and the average? Just for curiosity as a researcher, why you go for only maximum? Can I take minimum? I'm just asking you. Forget about whether it gives me the output or not, desired output. Can I take the minimum or not? Yes or no? Huh? Then implement it and tell me. I mean to say that, can you integrate or develop your own model rather than call it as a max pooling, I call it as a minimum pooling. I will give you also another question. So this is the data that I am having. Okay. So I want to have a best representation of this information, isn't it? That's what I am doing here. When I say it is a max pooling, you are basically taking the value which best represents this data, isn't it? That is the intuition. And people have thought, researchers have thought that max value would be the best representative, average value would be the best representative. What are the other best representators? Median value, can I just implement here? Is my question. Huh? Yeah, that is what. You do that and try to incorporate, see what is the performance of your deep neural network architecture. If median does better, that is again researcher. I mean, one more research paper for you. Could you get my point or not? That's what people are. That's why I told you, look at the inside details of any of the architecture so far provided. Can I go with interpolation? That may be the best representation. People have not thought. I'm still posing it as open problem. You can just try to solve. Rather than a max or an average, can I go with interpolated value? Which approximately best represent this information. Image interpolation is well-known task to, as all of us know. Can I have any other representator which gives me a diminished size is the question. That's where you can think. That's why I told you, try to open out the existing algorithms and build our own deep learning architecture, which would be a contribution, and you can definitely get a publication in a reputed journal, and a Springer or elsewhere or IEEE for that matter. Okay. Of course, these are additional bookkeeping routines, as you know, flatten and dropout. Right. So typically, when I consider any deep learning architecture, as you know, at the very high level is the image data, which is a sequence of pixels, fed as an input to the convolution layer, does the task of convolution with different kernels, then do the what is called as, you can use a different what are called as this, what is this called as? Activation function, which transforms non-linearity to a linearity, and then does the pooling. Okay, I mean, you can use a max pooling or min or average pooling, and repeat these set of steps until you converge. I mean to say that a desired classification accuracy is achieved, which we call it as number of iterations. Number of iterations, we'll call it as epoxy. This is the only idea with respect to any deep learning algorithm. That's all. Convolution, then pooling, convolution, pooling, and optimize the values. If doesn't meet my what is called as the accuracy. How do I evaluate the accuracy? Through the loss functions. Loss functions estimate how much it is different from the actual label. Predicted label against the actual data. And then, of course, if the prediction is incorrect, again go back. So go to the next. Optimize. I mean, change the weights. So I cannot randomly change the weights. There is a procedure to change the weights. What is the procedure so far to change the weights? Procedure is one such is the stochastic gradient descent algorithm, which will help you to change the weights. How do I modify it? How do I adjust the weights such that it always leads to a solution to the problem? See how mathematics is beautifully combined when you are developing a deep neural network architecture. It is all simple, what are called as existing algorithms, existing methods that are integrated to come out with a solution to the problem. Okay. And you take any architecture for that matter, it revolves around only those concepts. Alex, that right now more than 1 lakh citation that I used to mention, which is one of the powerful, well-known early deep learning algorithms. In 2011, it was introduced. Since 2011, so many researchers are exploring this model. Therefore, I told you it is 1 lakh and odd citations as on today. And whether it is VGG, of course, by the Oxford group, Andrew Zizerman working on this particular ImageNet classification problem, where they change the size of the kernel, that's all. So he has introduced the size of the kernel, as you can see here. Does max pooling. 5 by 5 size kernel is considered. He has considered 3 by 3 kernel size and various pooling at various levels and finally come out with a zone solution. And these are the, I mean, when you look at the modules, it is just only the convolution operations, the pooling operations, then softmax functions and the optimizers to take any architecture part, whether it is VGG or ResNet or GoogleNet. So it all a combination of convolution operation, then pooling and optimizers. That's all, nothing more than that. And you will find a number of what are called as the problems people have considered. And biometric is one such, that's all. If you understand the basics of deep neural networks, you can explore for any other problem where data would be of different type, nothing more than. This could be another type. With this background, let me come back to the multimodal biometric systems. I'll take for some more time. Okay, this is what I planned for the first session. I'll continue for some more time if there are no issues. It is just a brief review, not going in detail, but with this background, probably you can just recall how multimodal biometric systems could be developed. Let me not, do you want me to, I will just post just for curiosity. One of the typical face recognition systems. Just go through the content. So this is the product that is expected by any researcher. I mean, it's not one day or 6 days learning. It's all through people have, I think many people have contributed to come out with such a product. You might have noticed that the complexity involved in that. Suppose I want to just search for a person in a given large volume of data, which is available in a hall or a mall or any place for that matter, hospital or so, or an airport, then obviously it takes a lot of what are called as the modules. One is firstly I should locate the face. So what I think here Pai and other people might have worked on that, right? Where face localization. First of all, I should detect the faces. Then I should go for recognition of the face. So we as a researcher look at only those two issues, but when it comes to processing large volume of data, please see here the video to be accessed, and then and when it comes to processing the video, I'm sure it's a very time consuming task. I mean, the real applications what we are going to build is different from what we see in our research works. It's very minimal. Therefore, researchers always trying to provide more number of complex face data sets to address the issues. Okay. And there are different modalities. So I have given an example of one such, what is called the face. Similarly, there are different modalities that are available, which are broadly classified as behavioral or physiological, which is acquired through and inborn activities. And the most common, of course, as all of us know, this is the one of the complex face data sets, and the most common traits are these three, extensively researched, and people try to come out with a solution to the problem. What is referred as a fingerprint. In the earlier days, this is most extensively used, and also the amount of time it takes to process the data. And a very well-known researcher, Anil K. Jain, even working today on fingerprint data. So you consider only fingerprint because to the larger extent, it is invariable over time. That is the advantage. And takes less space. And however, there are problems with respect to the fingerprint data also. And people now thought of exploring face also. Okay. And you have seen many applications of the fingerprint data. People thought, why not face? Again, there are problems. So what are called as the presentation attack detection. Providing a security to these biometric templates is really a concern nowadays. People are working on that. But we should understand firstly, what are the existing algorithms? I think these workshops gives a glimpse on such algorithms which are available for these basic modalities like fingerprint or the iris or say a face. I mean, these are the most extensively used biometric traits by the researchers, and several algorithms have been developed so far. So applications are many. Let me not list out because you have seen through that video what are the several applications that are available. We say biometric passport. In Bangalore airport, they are trying to deploy this kind of solution. You can walk in without any idea or so where your biometric details are good enough. Probably the link to the Aadhaar, I believe, and trying to capture them. There are various challenges. Obviously, it is the image data varies with time, and also varies with lighting conditions, varies with pose. So many problems are there. Varies with class similarity, interclass, and so on and so forth. For example, here, when I look at the picture, it is various poses, as you can see here. But we people are able to classify correctly. But can I make the machine which exactly recognizes who this person is? It is a complex process. It looks very simple for us, but for the system, it is really very complex. Varies with the age. This is again taken from LK Jain slides. As you can see here, the score gets reduced over the period of time. And identical similarity. So twins, how do I classify? I mean, he is trying to justify, I told you Anil K. Jain is worked on fingerprint. He is trying to justify that face is not a best means in order to identify or classify a person. fingerprint is better because it doesn't, it is difficult to spoof, although now people are doing that. And also they are quite unique when compared to the faces also. And the spoofing face is quite easier, and also it poses a lot of challenges. So as you can see here with glass, with mask and so on, with orientation. See here, there is no information hidden, but however it is quite clear. But can I say these two are same? These two are same. These two are same. These two are same. There is change in the pose here, but can I say they are one and the same? For us, it is quite easy. You know that irrespective of the orientation, people are able to identify who you are. But for the system, I'm telling you, it is complex. It is all because of the reason that the data that you are going to process is going to be changed. Nothing more than that. Why it is complex? Please understand the reason behind that. It's basically a matrix. A text come away, there is an intensity value. The intensity value is going to be changed. Therefore, definitely any system for that matter will fail. So what is the alternate for that? So as you can see here, over a period of time, how it is going to be changed. For us, it is quite, as human beings, we learned over the years, and automatically the neural network or brain model gets updated. Similarly, we are supposed to do the updation over here in order to get things done. That's all. So it is one of the complex job right now people are facing or addressing what is called as the fake or a spoof biometric input. As you can see here, even fingerprint people say is more powerful, but it's too possible to get the fingerprint of different people and trying to, when you go to the bank, the clerk is validating their accounts, right? Entering the fingerprint data. That is why it is a biometric key to access your lockers. Then if fingerprint is spoofed, then the data is lost. Whatever the value we put there, either a gold or anything for that matter, is going to be lost. Similarly, here print attacks, as far as the face are concerned. So, they're taking the photograph and trying to simulate the attendance. Maybe the question. But how do I distinguish? How do I classify it is not the original one? So, these are the problems that you found when you are going for developing a secured biometric system. Even though iris is one of the complex, but still people are working on and are putting some threads on even identifying these kind of protocols. That is, you are moving from a constrained environment to an unconstrained environment where the task becomes more complex. So this is fairly a simple one, very structured environment. Earlier research focused on this, a very plain background, well-aligned face, similarly fingerprint and similarly the iris. But in reality, this may be the case. So face with different background, and similarly the fingerprint may not be exactly printed. It's on the knife, of course, and the iris may not be correctly localized. This is the real picture when you are trying to deploy the systems. But still, am I able to get an accurate result is the question. That is where your research is progressing. We are trying to make our system from reality, from conventional structured environment to an unstructured environment. This is where you find different databases. That is where the role of database comes into picture. That's why they say, does your algorithms works on different data sets? You might ask a question. It works on this conventional classic data, but may not be, but they want such a solution. That's what we are trying to look into. Okay, I have understood why we go for different data sets when we are processing the data. When it comes to deep learning biometric traits, okay, it's all learning. This is the conventional learning model. And this is a deep learning model where you fed different what are called as convolutions to understand the faces, and finally it merges to obtain the desired face. That's what pictorial view that I am providing over here. If at all I look at the face biometric, say for example, so these are the developments over the years. It is not today's. We could see over a period of time it is developed. As you can see here, the well-known face recognition is the Turk and Pentland, what we call it as an eigen face, based on principal component analysis. We can speak for hours if we just take only PC, because it is one of the powerful tools to reduce the dimension of the data. Similarly, local discriminant analysis. Similarly, you go for what are called as the descriptors. Then you go for what are called as the local binary pattern. Nowadays, we are looking at what is called as the deep learning. This is the evolution over a period of time in order to understand any, say for example, face or fingerprint or any other biometric for that matter. As you can see over there. So it's evolved over the years, any algorithm for that matter, addressing the complexity. Okay. Typically, I use a conventional holistic approaches where graph-based, edge-based representation are being used in the earlier days. Later on, handcrafted features-based, what are called as the machine learning. And now we are in the era of what is called as a deep learning. And then when I say it is a deep learning models, okay, of course, let me skip this probably due to the paucity of time. Very interesting, but I just wanted to skip this. It is principal component analysis technique. Similarly, local binary pattern, which is an excellent feature extractor even today that is being explored, okay, for various applications, which is invariant to transformation, invariant to lighting conditions. That's what. Okay. And another one is the local descriptor based model, where it uses the orientation and the magnitude. It is referred as what is called a descriptor based, key point descriptor based algorithms. It's also more than 80 to 90,000 citations. This work by David Lowe. Okay. So although it is introduced in the year 1999, local descriptor based face recognition, which is basically called as the SIFT, that is scale invariant feature transform. So which is used extensively by many researchers for solving the problem of related computer vision. And when it comes to deep learning models, as we see today here, okay. So it is all the different architectures, as you can see here, VGG face or DeepID, different pooling or different convolution layers. Those may be used in order to come out with resolution. Over the years, started with 2012, as you can see here, and up to the 18, of course, listed from the particular article. Okay. So where they use the existing architectures to provide a solution to the problem. When I say existing architecture, I will show you one more. See here, AlexNet has been used in 2013 for the face recognition problem. Then they use the VGGNet, similarly Google, ResNet, and so on. And they call it as a different face recognition algorithms. And in these architectures, what is that you noticed? You noticed different convolution layers, right? Number of convolution layers would be varied. The filter size would be varied. Loss functions should be varied. Optimization function should be varied. That's all. In the sense, if you look at this deep learning model, see here, they use different loss functions. See, people are looking at, these are the various loss functions that are available. If you are just interested in, try to implement all these loss functions. They are very simple to implement. Please note, it is not so complex. Just finding the difference between the two actual value and targeted value, nothing more. And they use different architectures. As you can see here, LeGG and so on, GoogleNet, AlexNet, etc. And number of networks. Then the training set, I mean, different phase data sets that they consider, and accuracy. Changing the architecture, changing the number of layers, changing the loss function, results with different papers, and these papers are published in a very reputed journals, like IEEE transactions and so on. If at all you contribute your own architecture, imagine how good it would be. How feel you when it comes to concluding your research work. Okay, that's it. Yeah, please.
One of the journals submit this work. It was asking us to implement and
Actually,
paper.
yeah, in fact, it is not fair because the results are already available.
Yes.
Maybe he is the author of that review. Maybe he is the author and he wanted you to implement and produce the results. That may be the case. You do not want to take his results as it is. You would like to, you, correct. You want, when you are going for a review article, he expects any researcher to understand the inside details. Therefore, he expects you to implement and see what is its implication. Okay. Probably you would have released the code also. You can acknowledge the code and then trying to see if not all the papers, what he has considered for review, you take only subset and trying to implement it, implement in the sense that functions that are already available that he has given, and see what is the graph you would get. So, I mean, you would like to take the benefit in the sense it should be acknowledged in terms of the code also, maybe in terms of the graphs that you would get, maybe the case, right? But generally, it is very rare. People, I mean, nowadays it is quite tendency by researchers that their paper to be cited so that their H index will be high. Okay. And if fortunate or unfortunately, if your paper goes to that reviewer, you will first check on the references whether his name is there on that area. Then it is a positive evaluation, I will tell you. And if there are no citations of his works, he is trying to say that this is the limitation, so that I will identify that his paper will be included as a citation, and you will get the citation count will be. That may be one of the reasons. It depends upon the examiner also. If the student is lucky, sometimes some teachers are quite, flexible. Hey, let's pass the student. So if my article goes to that kind of reviewer, I am going to get pass marks. Some are very strict, right? They don't give good marks. Generally, in such case, if my paper go to that reviewer, there is a possibility that it gets rejected.
Review comments. One of the reviewers.
Yeah, correct. That is what when we not cited that author.
Cited, sir.
No.
Cited,
But how do you know that he is the only author? We do not. It is anonymous, right? Yeah, maybe that's one of the reason. But he wants you to experience the development. Probably, I'm sure. I think you are Ganesh Pais. It seems he has the capability to implement. Take your time and can do that. I know Hafiz, Ganesh, and John, who all worked with you. They provide you lab sessions. I'm sure it helps you a lot for the others. Please learn. See here, it's all the change in the last function, change the architecture, gives me the design different solution. Similarly, can you come out with your own architecture? That is my question. And if you want to come out with your own architecture, you see whether you can make a modification to the optimizers, you can make a modification to the loss functions, and so on. Okay. So try to look into those. Complex data sets. Now people are working on not conventional AT&T ORL data sets. As you can see here, okay. So Mobio captured through the mobile device, because it is quite common now. If at all you want to develop a handheld mobile smartphone based device enabling system, probably can. I mean, it's all thinking by different researchers in different way and pose it as a problem and we are trying to solve it. And this is one more very, very complex data sets people now considering what is called as IJB, EIB, and so on. And this is extensively explored. And the size of the data itself is 150 GB, just for your information. Imagine what should be the size of my server. Normally, the laptop, you know that it is a limited memory. And just by reading the data, my laptop gets stopped. It's okay. You need to have high-end servers, GPU-enabled devices to process them. Otherwise, it is months together effort. And even, let's say, you tend to use Google Collaborator. Oddly, it supports, maximum 12 hours, I believe, right? Then the system gets disconnected, and not more than 12 GB is supported. So there is a limitation. So therefore, probably we need to set up a lab also as a guide or a professor. I'm telling. So you need to set up a lab where the students can contribute more. And again, funding agencies matters a lot. Funding agencies will look at only institutes of eminence like IITs. They don't support universities or private unaided colleges. It's again, there are limitations. I don't want to comment on the other side, but the problems that we facing. So when you are carrying out a research work in conventional universities or the institutions, what we are finding difficulties. Okay. So similarly, if I consider a fingerprint, okay. So these are, of course, documents sorry, not Dogman. I mean, where fingerprint is explored initially. It is not today's technology. 1880 itself, see here, in 600 BC, of course, they see the Chinese people see that whether legally if the documents could be verified through a fingerprint or not. And now it is again digital era where we are using fingerprint as a means to unlock our smartphones, right? What we see today. Apart from that, we can also use a face as a means. Can I use a combination is also a question. Okay. So typically when I consider a fingerprint, you are looking for the core, the contours, rich highlights and the dead. I mean, these are the patterns I'm looking for in a given fingerprint data. And what algorithms that best captures these is important for me. That results with what are called as the different algorithms. Okay. So ultimately, the basic idea is you need to develop an algorithm which best captures this information and the relationship among those. So which gives a solution to the problem. Okay. So there are different class of problems that you main solutions so far available. 2D, 3D, and then okay, contactless fingerprint. And this is one published what is called as FingerNet, which explore a deep learning model published in an IG. So it's one of the well-known conference. Even though it is a conference, it's a top tier 1 conference, International Giant Conference on Biometrics, IJCB. So one time it held once in India and similarly in different places, but the acceptance rate is hardly 10%. Where they use a different what are called as the convolution layers, crossover, and then perform the intended operation to come out of it. It's all the combination of layers and padding. Okay, nothing more than layers, padding, and filling. Similarly, if I look at iris biometric, it's a most powerful and one in 2.25 trillion. I mean, this is what identical as far as see here, voice 1 in 500, fingerprint 1 in 10,000, and then here touch ID 1 in 50, 1 in lakh is the face, 1 in a million is the face recognition, and 1 in 2.25 trillion is the iris. I mean, as far as the identity is concerned, this is from a researcher where they say even on the earth there are on the planet 7.353 billion people, and I'm trillion. It means every individual has a unique what are called as the iris patterns. Therefore, it is considered as one of the most powerful and unique biometric. Okay, rather than a face, rather than a fingerprint, can I go for an iris? Okay, it's too possible. People are working on that, and different algorithms that are developed over the years. And the very benchmark algorithm is the John Dogman. John is very much aware of this, right? John Vegas. Who is working on? Hafiz. Huh? So you know that because I'm confused as looking at your papers, when I see the papers, who worked on what would be, I mean, please don't think otherwise, but I've seen your papers published in your this website that I have used to go through. So find maybe a little bit overlapping. Who working on what? Maybe touchless palm print is John. Maybe yes. So Dogman work is of course rubber sheet model they used to say, and subsequently it is again information in a Fourier domain is considered. Phase information is going to be considered over there, and you will see the extensions which are integrated with what are called as these biometric devices. And nowadays it is quite common to have more than one modality. So iris again, if I consider, these are the characteristics that I look for. Okay, and it is very, very sensitive, and this is general framework, and within this framework, so when I look at CNN, so this is one of the simplest algorithms so far developed in iris. They given an iris image, do pre-processing, normalize it, and then submit it to CNN for learning and go for a classification. I think Hafiz will have lab sessions discussing these. And these are the contributions as far as the data sets are concerned. Okay, from Chinese, from private, non-public, and from other institutions. So majority is from the Chinese group, as you can see here. And what is the data set that they have provided? So as you can see here, UPI iris people are working on, similarly Vishal, and similarly Triple IT, also Delhi people are working on that. These are the different iris data sets, challenging and real data sets that they are taken. And if at all your algorithms perform much better, it's good fun. That's it. We need to work on different iris biometrics. Probably the lab sessions, they will take care of all these things. And they, similarly, there is one more, what is called as a palm print based, and they call it as a deep palm print, and it is published in CVPR, as you can see here. One of the top tier 1 conference, okay, published in 2019, where they have taken for different convolutional operations and then padding and come out with the results. You know what is meant by convolution, what is meant by padding, and then how do I integrate to come out with a solution? It's quite easy to implement. Okay, try to do that so that you will understand. If not exactly the same results, at least approximate the same. See, in the same line, people have done the gate recognition, which is another biometric that is recently we could see. And because of the problems that exist with unimodal, nowadays people go for the multimodal approach. I mean, you can consider a combination of these, that is iris sensors, smart cameras, and then smart readers, fingerprint reader, face reader. We can take a combination of these and can come out with a solution to the problem. And how do I integrate? This is one of the best paper, please refer to that. What are the different ways of combining the different modalities? By K. Jain, published in Pattern Acquisition. It is a well-cited article. Please look into that. And it is available for free download. Okay. So just score normalization in multimodal biometric system. They give you the procedure of combining the different what are called as the kinds of features. Feature level fusion, okay, score level fusion, rank level, and so on so forth. They are given, which is one of the good article even used today when you go for multimodal biometric system. Okay. And the simplest, see here, it is published in IEEE transactions on pattern list and machine intelligence, where they are taken the principal component analysis, as you can see here. They acquire the image data, and the finger image is different, what are called as the fingers are considered here. Then do the score level fusion, combine the match level, and finally produce the results. They consider different fingers over here, as you can see. Okay. Index finger, left finger, right finger, middle finger, thumb, and so on. And then along with that, a palm image. Then obtain the eigen representation of the same, that is principal component analysis. Integrate them, then classify. So, which is published in family, quite easy to implement, but see, it is published in a very, very reputed journal. During this is earlier day sample, it's maybe in 2001 or so, almost 20 years or more, but still, it's one of the powerful things. Okay. Similarly, we'll have what are called as the multimodal biometric systems, where they combine finger knuckle and a fingerprint. Okay. So rather than having the individual, okay, they combine this finger knuckle and then fingerprint are combined into a single vector, and then they go for class. It is just integrating the data. I'm just going through fast because of the positive. So what you could see in different well-known journals. Issues or the challenges are many still. I mean, people are trying to address these challenges. Ultimately, to improve the accuracy and to make systems more reliable. So that's what we are aiming at. But it is a complex job. So with this, I just wanted to say that people have know how many tigers. The answer is there in the Google. You can answer. I lined my presentation with a note. A computer program is set to learn from experience E with respect to some class of task T and performance measure T. If its performance at task T as measured by improves with experience, then I call it as it learned well. I mean, attending this FDP, if your experience is improved, at least by delta, then I'm more happy. And it is, I think, I'm sure Professor Sharma will also be happy by sharing our experience with all of you to understand what you already learned. If it is by delta, 0.1 increase, it's good enough for me. Who said this? One of the pioneering scientists in the field of machine learning. Any idea? Font is different, but still you are able to recognize, I believe. That is the power of human beings, right? Could you able to read it? Yeah, Amit. So I will end with thank you note to all of you. Thanks to the coordinator for having joined me in a stage or a platform for me to share with you my little knowledge with you. I thank all my students. And also thank you for patience listening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful knowledgeable session. So I would request Sanjana Madam to hand over memento. Please.